Okay. We are live on the Twitter and the YouTube. Let's redo that. You didn't know I played? Interesting. And then Corporate Veteran, you probably, I don't know if you've heard this stuff. So let me at least get my SoundCloud stuff going for you. Right? So this is why I'm like, dude, what kind of music? I don't know, man. I play a bunch of stuff. A portion of this song was recorded in my van when I was a snowboard bum. And in fact, yeah, there's a couple other songs that I think the next song after this was partially recorded in the van as well, because I had a solar panel on top. But okay, so we are live on YouTube and Twitter for the sake of the VODs, our plan today. We finished up the JavaScript TypeScript SDK yesterday. It's published, it's up there, right? We got more work to do, but now we are starting in on creating the C# SDK because we're going to leave the Python SDK for a bit, just because I think the Hey API folks are building a Python SDK generator. And that sounds fantastic because their JavaScript TypeScript SDK generator is really nice. We haven't looked at the output from like a Kyoto for like the C# and some of that stuff. I don't know C# enough to really like have taste to understand if it would be good or bad. But, you know, we'll check it out. We'll see. But yeah, so we're going to kick off the C#, and I'm thinking, right, because that happens in the SDKs repo, we can do MCP discovery and planning in the backend repo. Yeah, no, I get that, Corporate Veteran. It's just more like, should I be opting for link instead of, you know, manual array querying, like, you know, decomposition stuff? In a similar way, like, if you're doing Python, you should definitely be doing list comprehension stuff rather than manual looping, as an example, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of things there, right? Like, if you're writing Rust, you should be really good about using iterators and understanding when to pull them in and out of that, right? So there's just a whole bunch of those kind of like tasteful things in every language. And I know that's not even like the full scope of that stuff, right? But it's more about like, well, okay, is this actually, you know, Pythonic? Is this actually rustic? Is this actually like, what do they call it when C# code is, you know, good C# code? Right? There's Pythonic. You know, I guess idiomatic is a good like cross-cutting term. There you go. Exactly, Caleb. And ooh, Caleb, wait, you were here earlier, so you got to hear some of the guitar, right? Yeah. I saw you say yo. Forgot to say hi back. I wasn't sure if you've heard any of the guitar stuff before. Was I ever a cigarette person? No. Oh, and the music's loud. All right, there we go. Oh, you've heard me play before. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Replacement power supply for your guitar amp. There you go. Or an acoustic. Um, Another thing that's totally like kind of doable but a little questionable. You can rest the guitar up against a like a window, and the window will actually amplify the sound. So like you just rest the bass of your guitar against the window while you play. Or the body, not the base, right? You know what I mean. I'm not sure how like high quality your windows are. If they're old, they may shatter. It's just the power supply got lost. Okay, yeah. Interesting. So wait, it's like an external power supply? It's not just like the cable you got to plug in? Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe that's better or worse. Like, because the power supply is probably the first thing to go in a typical digital amp, right? No, no, no. I know the guitar amp needs power to do the amplification. What I'm getting at is usually the power supply is like part and parcel to the thing that does that, right? Like if you look at the back of the amp, there's the thing that's basically like a rack mount server kind of like shaped thing. In most amplifiers, the power supply is actually part of that unit. And then all you need is like a PC power cable to plug into the back of it, right? But with a digital amp, the thing that's going to fail more than likely than anything else is the power supply. So having an externally pluggable power supply kind of makes sense. And it's a smaller one. Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, I think most of the time, like especially for like touring musicians, having the external power supply isn't worth the effort because the cables are all plug and play, so it doesn't matter which one you use. So that interchangeability is massive, and also just less stuff to trip over. Yeah, less stuff to lose. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm just thinking it out loud. But okay, so 1 second. Let's get to our coding. But boom, let's do this. Okay, so yeah, I forgot we popped this open. And I remember, I forgot Z.A. Shaw was this dude. I feel like he's mellowed out a little over the years, but maybe not. Maybe not. But dude, some of this shit's just way harsher than it should be. You know? So yeah, right? The best part of ripping these is that if they have a blog, I think having a blog is not quite the same, but speaking at conferences, publishing papers, I don't think a blog is necessarily like qualifying someone as a public figure. No, so this is old. This is like the oldest, Caleb. I would assume you've read this before because this is almost like required reading, even if you're a Rails fan, right? Do people even write their own blogs anymore? Fuck yeah. The ones that are worth listening to, yeah. Why would you leave that on someone else's platform? Why wouldn't you own your own content? Oh, use AI for everything now? Nah, dude. If a human's meant to consume it, a human should write it. I think the only exception I have to that is like PRDs, right? You know, like corporate strategy docs, etc. There's nothing human about a corporate strategy doc. Shit. Shit. I got no fucking problem using AI to write, like, corporate docs. And I get that, corporate veteran, right? They're the evolution of the crypto bro. It's just more socially acceptable at this point to do it for AI versus crypto. They're charlatans. They're snake oil salesmen, right? They're con artists. When this bubble bursts, they're going to find another con. But here's something fun, right? So he's basically saying, and dude, it's just so harsh, right? Because they're public figures just like me. This means that thanks to Larry Flynt, I can stab them in the ear verbally, insult them, question their sexual orientation, and say anything that's true, and they just have to take it. Their only recourse is to write their pathetic little rebuttals in their stupid little blogs. Like, dude, I get it. And yes, I know he's still got some sharp edges. I feel like Zed is like mellowed out a bit over the years. But I could be wrong. I don't know. People who were watching his stream earlier today when he was ranting about browsers, has he mellowed out a bit? Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, he still has those rants. I mean, so do I then, I guess, you know? And I do like this part. I'll add one more thing to the people reading this. I mean business when I say I'll take anyone on who wants to fight me. You think you can take me, I'll pay to rent a boxing ring and beat your fucking ass legally. Studied enough martial arts to be deadly even though I'm old. Okay. Yeah, alright. It's just needlessly harsh. Jeez, it's just so harsh. It's so harsh. I'll never be afraid of some Pilsner fresh fat fuck. I think instead of Pilsner, did he mean Pillsbury? Right? Who eats donut hamburgers and only gets exercise when he plays World of Warcraft on a DDR pad. That's fucking good. That's fucking good. Is this about programming beef? Dude, it's from 2007. It's fucking old. I guess, yeah, Pilsner guys, like the people who could drink, like, stadium beers, you know? Like Coors, you know? Piss-flavored water. I get it. So here we go. So to prime the pump, let's talk about Kevin Clark. Me and Kevin don't get along because he once tried to demand some free tech support out of me for Mongrel. What was Mongrel back in the day? Was that an email server? It was a web server. Oh, it was a Ruby yeah, okay. So he's not like anti-Ruby. I didn't realize that. Okay. He just hates Rails. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Mongrel's a web server in the same way. I don't know. Like Express is a web server, as an example, right? Like it still needs to be built on top of a thing doing the actual HTTP magic, probably, right? I don't know for sure. His dumb little company, VaporSet, had this stupid setup where the people deploying Rails didn't have root access. I told Kevin that this was stupid, and apparently it was Kevin's idea because he told me, fuck you. Ever since then, Kevin's been a mouthy little shit with nothing to back it up. Dude. This particular discussion started with Kevin Clark deciding to tell me that my idea to restrict access to the main repository for Utu until it's solid makes me a dick. But, read to the end of the chat for the punchline, it's great. So, Evan. I thought so too, but it still seems to happen, at least on my system, and Lightning has a few that hang out. Evan, blah, 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 is generated from an included XSLT I hacked up. Oof. Oof. And who can push code to that location? Me. Large Git clones can also get kind of bad. See, that's the problem. Kevin Clark, hang out? Not a problem at all. Feature, since I don't trust any of you mofos. Kevin Clark. You mean missing files? And then you're set. God, the tagging is weird. So yeah, I mean generated files are sitting in SVN. And then to Evan, finally, no, people can contribute by doing a darks send, which packs it up and shoots it to my email. Then Kevin comes in. Okay, this is way too long. I give up. But hold on. So, different ideas about how to deal with contribution. Anticipate there won't be many people contributing directly on the main Utu server, but more contributing by writing clients or tools that use it. And Zed, I thought you weren't talking to me. Well, I'm going to talk to you if you're going to make if you're making passive-aggressive little comments. They aren't passive-aggressive. You don't want anyone to check into your repo. Evan's repo is open to anyone who's gotten a patch in. Polar opposites. And you're still a dick. And I'm enjoying the vacation, so keep it up. You just called me a dick? You can still read, too. Awesome. I'll just leave this alone for now. Sorry about that, Evan. No problem. Then Kevin demonstrates why I'm trying to limit people's access to the main repo. So, hold on. Lightning is using autoconf? Yeah. Oh, crap. Lightning is faulting on i386. This was most likely MIRC, or IRC. Yeah, R1003 deleted configure. Working on mine now. Oh, crap. I thought configure was generated from autoconf. Really? All my build tools do it. Sorry. Well, not from our .configure. I'll restore from R1002. Cool, sorry about that. Just wasn't sure if the build steps has changed. NP. What the fuck? Why did it get deleted? Kevin Clark, did you delete it? I did. Too much time with build tools that were generating configure for me, and I got confused. It got caught with the docs that got modified, and I didn't think twice about it. Yeah, just restore it, please. K, thanks. Oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue. Working on it. You're doing the restore, yeah? Yeah, one sec. Was just checking it would build, and it's building. Sweet. Then boom, configure, restore. So wow, Rails is a ghetto. The little prick calls me a dick, and in private said he'd find me at the next conference, but of course never did. Then he deletes the fucking configure file for the project. Remember, he was working on GNU Lightning when I started chatting. So this means that it took an hour for everyone to figure out that his dumb fuck ass deleted it. Why is this ghetto? Any experienced developer knows that autoconf configure files are a pain in the ass to recreate. They almost always require special reconfigure calls, special M4 macros, or just time. Usually get them right, generate them once, and then leave them in the repository for all to use. To make it worse, Kevin actually wrote a supposed alternative to autoconf, and yet he doesn't know the most basic thing about autoconf. All right? He would spend 20 minutes calling him names over IRC, not to have the balls to say any of it to his face, say he's a dick for wanting to use a different, established published review model, and then demolish an important file for a project, keeping everyone stumped and pissed for an hour, therefore proving me right. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. But also, remember, this is 2007. GitHub wasn't made until 2008, right? So what was the code review process like for this? Who approved it? No. Incorrect, corporate veteran. All this stuff's public, right? And a lot of this stuff, right? Cat V, a lot of these things, maybe not Cat V, sorry, this is Zed's thing, right? But there's a bunch of sites that were actually built to maintain logs of IRC, right? So, yeah, no, that was the part of, open, right? Making this open source and open governance and all that stuff was about all of this being public. Yeah, he's making a really good case for having a code review PR step, And I believe that's what this Kevin Clark dude was arguing against. Hey man, anyone who's had a patch can just push, dude. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. That's how you get the fucking, supply chain vulnerabilities that we've had. One person establishes a good track record, but they're actually a state agent. And then boom, they slip something in that no one notices. Yeah, exactly, High Moon. Basically, Subversion and a bunch of other things at the time were not this distributed, awesome thing. When you wanted to modify something, especially think about when doing COBOL, if you wanted to modify a file, you checked it out and no one could modify that file till you checked it back in. That was source control back in the day. Let me just get some music on. Right? And the world of devs was much smaller too, right? Well, technically, Kenny, no, we have the git commands we have because the person that was running the source control Linux was using was a dickhead. And it might not have even been the owner of the thing, but maybe some salesperson or something that had the bright idea, why are we giving away this license to this Linux crowd? We're going to charge them for it. And the moment they did that, Linus was like, well, fuck you. And he created Git. Yeah, it's funny. So anyway, hold on. So yeah, hats off to you, Kevin, blah, 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 enjoying vacation. After this, he started thinking, since it was the first realization that he picked the absolute last wrong community to make his living in, they were all pricks, morons, assholes, and arrogant, who didn't care about the art or the craft. They were all a bunch of little ghetto fabulous princesses. Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff's harsh, and also there's a little bit in here that feels like dog whistles, but it is kind of just how people talked at the time. So then, yeah, tied to the Rails. Been thinking it over since he realized Mongrel and Rails more or less killed his career. During 2006, he was effectively homeless for about 4 to 6 months out of the year and made no money at all. During the rest of the year, the little money he made was impossible to get, and many times just simply wasn't paid. If it weren't for my totally kick-ass, Obi Fernandez, he'd probably be slogging away in some McD's screaming, "You want fries with that?" He got him a really good gig in Florida, and he was able to get back on his feet. Before Mongrel, he was building kick-ass software for the Department of Corrections with a tiny team. doing innovative stuff like REST XML feeds of prisoner releases and RSS of prisoner transfers. It was fun. He was in charge and things were pretty good. For that, fingerprint readers, network protocols, business processes. Okay. After Mongrel, Jesus. So forget any jobs. Sure, people would contact me for their tiny little startups, but I'd eventually catch on that they just want to use me to implement their ideas. If they're paying you, isn't that the exchange of money? Like, okay. Someone says they're starting a social network, he's going to beat them with the heel of his shoe. If there's a salary in it, fuck it. Right? You can't eat principles. Principles won't fill your belly. (2007) is when you joined Facebook? That sounds about right. Yeah. I'm just trying to remember like the exact timeline. 2007 does feel about right. Because I remember Facebook was tied to just being a college student for a long time. 2007 feels like when maybe they opened it up. Sounds pretty close. So yeah, makes sense. No, it wasn't literally built off Hot or Not. Like, I mean, The Social Network. Just watch the movie The Social Network. It tells that part of the story really accurately. He did do like a Hot or Not style thing, but it was specifically for one campus, Stanford, or not Stanford, sorry, Harvard. And they used the algorithm of like ranking and then how they decided to show content to people via Facebook. Right? That algorithm was like the start, though. Like, honestly, yeah, The Social Network gets that part really right. Hi, Moon. All years of programming are the golden years of programming. I wish someone would tell you when you're in the good old days. All days are the good old days. The only thing that makes them not the good old days is a lack of time between now and then. You don't like the actor? Yeah. Hold on, Kenny. I've had this joke for years. Like, since the fucking Social Network came out. So basically, like, I've wanted to write like a TV show, and I've got a bunch of like conversations or vignettes that I could basically plug and play into like filler for episodes. I've got this like interesting, like, it's totally different from the way that you would structure like an episodic like sitcom kind of thing, right? Like, it's, I think it comes closer to the way Dan Harmon does his like, series arcs and stuff that weren't necessarily that obvious in the first couple seasons of Community, but then in like season 3 and on, you really see that there's this like overarching, plot, right? And there's like a lot more growth and things like that. First 2 seasons were really, really not that. And I think it's funny when people say, like, oh, he saw this grand vision. No, he didn't. He adopted and found that grand vision. He didn't start with it, in my opinion. But anyway, the idea is I want to have a way of, like, creating these arcs. And you create these vignettes of conversations. And then as you start like plugging in, well, this has got to happen here, this has got to happen there, you end up seeing where these blanks are, and you can fill in with like, one-off conversations or things that like set the growth for like another scene as things go, right? So it helps you figure out your pacing better. I have an idea for like a writing tool around like TV. I don't think it would make as much sense for film, but it could. But anyway, one of those conversations comes from like the idea of like a bunch of like software devs, you know, building their own business. Not quite Silicon Valley, right? So not quite Silicon Valley, but Silicon Valley ended up doing it better than what I had planned at the time anyway. There's another show called Devs, I think, that sucked. Maybe not Devs. I forget the name of it. Whatever. But anyway, these two guys, they're chatting on like the train home or the bus or whatever. And the conversation goes like, man, you know, I'd love to just do this startup and fucking just cash out. Fucking maybe even just be the CEO, run this business, be a billionaire. That sounds so fun. And the other guy's like, I get it, sure, but like, I don't know, take Facebook. You know, does that guy look happy? And do you want your entire life to be fucking Facebook? And the other guy's like, well, dude, I mean, he's a fucking billionaire. There's a movie that's been made after him and everything. And then the other guy's like, yeah, but he was played by Jesse Eisenberg. And then the guy that wanted it is all of a sudden like, oh, yeah, you know, you're right. Never mind. Like, that was the joke. Like, that's the punchline at the end of the conversation. And I paraphrased a bit. There's more like back and forth. But there was a bit where it's just like, you know, they're going through it. Like, there's even a movie made about him. And then the other guy's like, yeah, but he was played by Jesse Eisenberg. Oh, good point. Never mind. Dude, that's just so fun to me. And he's probably a really nice dude. Like, I don't know him. And he nailed the fuck out of that role. But it was fun. Like, it was a fun bit. I think the movie's fantastic. That was, I'm almost positive, the first movie that Trent Reznor was like the main soundtrack guy for. Like, he was the entire soundtrack. So I love the fact that he basically pulled a Mark Mothersbaugh or a Danny Elfman of going from like, yeah, you got a band, a successful band, and you pivot into the soundtrack stuff. I fucking love that. If you don't recognize those two names, Mark Mothersbaugh is one of the dudes from Devo. He did the soundtrack to movies like The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. And Danny Elfman, who you probably know the name Danny Elfman, but you might not remember what band he's from. He was the singer from Oingo Boingo. I love that joke in, what is it, Blue Harvest or whatever? Like, well, at least we got John Williams. And then he, like, dies, like, no, you killed John Williams. Now we're going to have to settle for Danny Elfman. And then it, like, does, like, Danny Elfman-style music. I know, Mark, you youngins these days. But honestly, like, 80s music is classic rock at this point. You should know Oingo Boingo. Yeah, you didn't realize that was Danny Elfman, did you? Exactly, right? So you may know some of the songs, right? Oingo Boingo did the song Dead Man's Party, which was basically like the main song in Back to School. Yep. The Rodney Dangerfield film. And then they did Weird Science, which was the theme song to the movie Weird Science. Yeah, do the Triple Lindy. Yeah, I'm a big fan of 80s music. Like, good 80s music, dude. The fact that, like, oh man, the 80s had so much good music. Well, hold on, they didn't. They also had Tiffany. They also had the fucking new wave era of U2. Ew. Ew. Oh, I think I stepped in some new wave U2. Ew. I mean, Duran Duran's fine. Not every song, but oh my god, the bass line to Hungry Like the Wolf. And I think there's another one. Like, dude. Yes. Oh my god, yes. Ah. Yeah, Tame Impala's good. We're talking about the 80s, though. Okay, technically, I bet Tame Impala's my age. The 80s then did give us Tame Impala just before he started making music. He's probably an 80s baby. 80s baby, 90s kid. I'd bet it. But anyway, yeah. I do think this would be a fun read. I wonder, has Primogen ever read this article? With his, like, his React content? Maybe a long time ago. Probably. I could see that. Like being like the early stuff. Second most watched channel after me. After this channel and gaming channel, or more than gaming channel? Some people caught that reference, right? I haven't even seen that movie, but that meme's fucking good. It's from that movie Obsession. Anyway, let's get some code stuff. And we can keep ranting, we can keep chatting. I at least want to kick this thing off. It's fine, corporate. No worries. And yeah, Laricon, is that, what is that? Like tomorrow and the day after? My guess is, like, I saw people talking about flying out yesterday, but they were speakers. So I'm guessing, like, the speaker dinner is today, kind of thing. Oh, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. Okay, so I'd expect speaker dinner to be tomorrow, maybe. Laricon. Laravel stuff. Livercon? That sounds like a good time. Oh, day zero stuff, like workshops and some of that, right? Dodgeball tournament, Laraprom. Got it, got it. Yeah, that makes sense. God. I love dodgeball, but I'll never be able to play it again. My shoulder dislocates too often. Ooh, those games. The soccer one in the same vein was awesome too. Yeah, I loved those. Last year was a golf scramble. See, I could do a golf scramble. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, I actually remember the golf scramble, and that was over in that was in Utah last year, right? Maybe Colorado? It was Denver? Okay. Okay, so yeah, I like what we're doing here. Validation passed. We created the proposal. So now we just start a fresh session. All right, we'll apply that change. And then over here in the API, here's what we'll do, right? Because I do want to get to using Kepler more. He decided to go on vacation to avoid you. Ooh, there you go. That happens. And Mark, I would guess you're over in Utah? Maybe not. You don't have to dox that. Sorry. I was just curious. Oh, Misery. I have friends who used to live there. They used to say that when they were having fun. I could be like a local and say Missouri. Like a redneck, I mean. No, no, that's what like technically the Missouri is probably what like I bet the hill people say it. I don't know if there are hills actually that like isn't it towards like the tail end of the Appalachians? Washroom. Yeah, yeah. Washington. There's people here in Washington that say Washington. I don't understand where that comes from. Oh, beginning of the Ozarks. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So I would bet the hillbillies say Missouri. Or possibly even people from like New Orleans. Like yeah, like people in states around it, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, like the French influence or whatever. Or more like Creole. All right. So, here's what we'll do. We're going to do this again. Oh. Here's another thing I need to report. All right. So, yeah, that's a fix we got to make. But we'll start a new task. It's going to be the API. We'll do it in a new work tree. And this will be GitKraken Desktop is a GUI for Git stuff. This is Kepler. Kepler is an ADE, agentic development environment. So consider it in the same vein as Conductor or T3 code or a bunch of that stuff. So that's the GitKraken stuff, sure. But if you're interested in Kepler, I'd love it if you could check it out. Like if you do any of these like apps that do these things, that do like the work tree management and all that for you, I'd say check it out. I think it's worth doing. And it's like it's pretty good for like starting from like issues or pull requests or whatever, right? Do you want to start a pull request and address feedback or start a review or whatever? There's some cool stuff. Now, as a solo dev, I don't really do the issues pull request thing that much, so I can't demo that part. But okay, so this task is MCP server implementation. All right, we will probably need to... All right, so... is it this? Nope. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Blog. Yeah, let's just grab the current specification as well. All right, cool. So we're going to launch this task. And yeah, Laracon is in Boston this year, right? Dude, I like Boston. It's a nice town. And then Arif, thank you for the follow. And yeah, Tabby with the 5-stream streak. Hell yeah. And Mark, hey, 3-stream streak. Welcome. All right, so we're doing some. Okay, first, not HTTPS SSE. We want streamable HTTP. Sure. Okay. So yes, streamable HTTP is the way to go. All right, so this is the architecture they're talking about. MCP host OAuth bearer token. Yep. Yeah, so the transport decision I'm fully okay with. All right, so we would need auth code with PKCE, blah, 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 blah. Sure. So we'd preserve that stuff. There would be scopes, right? Messijo read, Messijo write, Messijo admin. Yeah, okay. Let me get more music going. So yeah, we're currently discussing and thinking about how we want to build this MCP server. Real quick though, let's double check. How's this going? All right, so it's doing some check NuGet ID stuff. Oh, there's that Zoom bug. Yeah, okay, so then as far as tools, yeah. All right, so here's the decisions to explore. Do we want to deal with the protocol maintenance cost of a native Phoenix implementation? Right. So, yeah, based upon these plans, right, should OAuth consent authorize all accessible organizations or selected organizations only? They're leaning towards selected organizations, and I like that idea. It's like GitHub when you're authorizing specific repos or orgs. I kind of like that. It does seem a little overkill for Messijo, but you know, I think I'm okay with that. So then managed authorization server, TypeScript adapter, right? I think the TypeScript adapter makes sense. When it says managed authorization server, I almost feel like the MCP server should be a Cloudflare worker. Right? Because at least if we do a Cloudflare worker, it's as close to the user as it can be. So that part is as low latency as we can. And then from there, it would be the same like request overhead to get to our canonical server anyway. So we're not adding too much extra latency to any of the calls, right? And I think technically that latency is something that an LLM is less sensitive to, right? In a way that like users might get pissed. You know? Okay. I think we do the TypeScript separate service thing. Hey, what's up, Sicarius? How you doing? Now, my theory is that we want the MCP server to live in a public repo, similar to how we're doing SDKs. Because again, if it's going to be public, and technically you need a public repo to submit to the MCP catalogs, right? Right, just we're going to want to do maybe a Claude and a cursor plugin, like a lot of the stuff that I'm kind of doing at work. So yeah, that makes sense to me. Which write operations require an extra elicited confirmation beyond the MCP host's normal tool approval. And no, that's fine, Sicarius. I get it. Like, I'm going to be missing on this coming Thursday and Friday. Technically Wednesday, but I usually take Wednesdays off anyway. But yeah, I'm going to be missing on Thursday and Friday because, I've got a conference to go to. I'm not speaking at this one. I'm just attending. But yeah, Chain React. If you are near the Portland area, or if you're not, but your company has a budget to send you to conferences and cover a hotel room and stuff, and you do React Native stuff, Chain React is the best React Native conference. As far as I know, it's actually the only one too. And I know Jamin, who's the CEO of Infinite Red, currently now, right? It was like 3 people. One of the people stepped down, and Jamin is now CEO. I think. I forget what Gant does. Like, they were all like basically just founders, and they split responsibilities. But yeah, I'm almost positive Gant's still heavily involved. I'm looking forward to hanging out with Gant for sure. And Jamin, obviously. But yeah, because I know those guys, I get to just go hang out. But it's actually a special thing this year because Expo is helping them put it on, which is awesome. So yeah, like, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. It's always a good hangout. And it's down in Portland, and I love Portland. Portland's such a good town. And what up, J-Lem? My man. Hold on. Let me check this one out. Seth Webster has a tough profile pic. Let's check this out. Which one's Seth? Yeah, he does, dude. That one's good. It's almost like something you'd see Ken Wheeler do, right? Never been up to Portland? Yeah, Portland's a vibe. I met Charlie. He's awesome. Portlandia, dude, that song. The Portlandia song is amazing. Dude, that theme song is so good. Bump, 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 or whatever. Like, oh man, we might have to put it on. Yeah. He's great. Oh, yes, I'm going to get to hang out with Chris DeMars. This dude is the man. He's so fun to hang out with. Dev Agrawal, I think he's giving 2 talks. Yeah, he's fun to hang out with. Super chill. I am a little bummed Theo's not speaking. He's not going to be in town for it, I don't think. I don't remember if I've met Isabella. Eric, good to hang out with him. So yeah, that'll be fun. There's Dev again. But yeah, no, it's good shit. Eric is everywhere, it seems. Yeah, he applies to a lot of shit. Yep. And being at AWS, He gets accepted to a lot of shit too. Oh God. Hold on. Okay, whoops. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, two-factor auth. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Yeah, I'm using the wrong account. Okay, so yeah, we go sign in with Microsoft, use another account, and now I need to unlock one password. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Do. Shit. Okay, there it is. There it is. All right, and then yep. Okay, here we go. Here we go. fuck. Okay. So now I gotta do this. Okay. So from here... Oh, that's right. Yeah, I gotta do this now. Two-step for this one. All right, sorry. Verifying an account here real quick. Oh, it's going good. Yeah, sorry, Bedtime Bear. I meant to message you. I'm glad you're here. I am probably not going to be at the driving range. My bad. I totally forgot to message you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's find something in Seattle. I don't want to do the same place over and over again. And I think the last 2 times we've done it over here on the east side anyway, so we owe you. But okay, so let me just double check. I got those things closed. Let me just copy a random thing. Okay, I think we're good here now. There we go. Sorry about that, chat. And yeah, we'll see about like next weekend. I'm thinking probably not next weekend, but the weekend after we could probably do. But I do need to, like one of these weekends, I need to go and get, yeah, sorry about that sound, beautiful. I need to get like fitted for a suit or like whatever cocktail attire is. How about this? I need everyone's help. I need to get something that is cocktail attire for Render ATL, the commits, right? They're like award show thing. It is a strict dress code. It's not like full on black tie, but cocktail attire. So if y'all see, yeah, because the tux I have won't work. You know, the hoodie. The tuxedo hoodie won't work. All right, fine. It's also going to be too hot for the tuxedo hoodie anyway. But I do need to get fitted for something, right? You know, at least get like a proper pair of pants, probably dress shoes. I've got a dress shirt. I should probably get like another 1 or 2 dress shirts. But then what else do I do? Like, I don't know, like a good blazer? I don't fucking know. And I'm losing weight. I'm under 30%. I'm at like 28. Go to a discount suit place. Yeah, Men's Warehouse probably. But there's a little room to have some style with it, right? So if y'all see some like something fancy that you think I could do that, like, I don't know, maybe it's just like a vest. Like I don't even need the blazer, because keep in mind it's going to be in Atlanta in like 2 weeks. Indochino? Sure. So I'm thinking like, I don't think I need the full suit. I think I could just do like pants, shirt, vest, and call it good. So then here's the next thing. I know I need to buy it sooner rather than later. I'm gonna have to do it. Fitting might take a week or so. Oh, okay. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, I'll just wake up early one of these days and do it. I probably should have done it today. Oh, dude. The Dumb and Dumber style would be really good. I mean, I need a suit anyway. I guess the big thing is, though, that, like, yeah, I am planning on losing weight. I'm under 30% body fat now. You're thinking I gotta do it tomorrow? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, corporate. Like, I've already done that. Like, I drank on Friday, and that was the first time drinking for a week. Like, take it easy. We're working on it. I am totally, like, I know how to lose weight. It's whether I want to most of the time that's the problem. Like, I get that. It's not that hard, dude. I don't need advice on that part. I need advice on how to dress like a person that doesn't look like a homeless person. You know? So I guess here's the big thing. We'll put it to a poll. Tie. Oh, hold on. Yep. Poll. What all do you think would be my vibe? Yeah, obviously Birkenstocks with socks for the shoes. Duh. Do we think I'm a bow tie? A regular old necktie? Maybe a bolo? Or just none, because I don't think that part will be required. As long as the rest is, like, dressy enough. Well, I mean, I'd get a clip on, obviously. Shit. Shit. Obviously. No, it's for an award show. The Commits at Render ATL. And anyone that's going to be at Render ATL, I can do a +1 for the commits. Yeah, I mean, I'd get one of the bow ties where you got the thing that you squeeze that makes it spin. Obviously. You just mean like The red like Mickey Mouse has. Wait, does he have a bow tie? I don't even remember. Or you mean like Mickey Mouse is on it? I'm more of a goofy kind of person. Maybe Daffy. All right, so yeah, what are we doing here? Manage organizations. Add new. Org name. Messijo. Oh. Well, okay, hold on. 1 second. Oh, can I not change the name? Son of a bitch, really? Oh, okay, here we go. Wait, what? Oh. But yeah, no worries there, bedtime. Yep, yep. Thank you. Dude, the Microsoft account bullshit is so much fucking effort. Okay, so hold on. I can switch this back. I don't know what that Microsoft account is. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do this stuff. Kind of. I created a new account. Maybe. Oh. You told me account settings, you fucking jerks. Fucking clanker. No, no, that was Google. That was fucking Google. You brined a chicken, about to put it in the smoker? Nice. Okay, so here we go. Now we sign out. We sign in again. Okay, okay, so let me do this now. Here we go. Okay. So now I go create a NuGet account with that. All right. All right. Okay. So we got there. Let me just close stuff. Cool. Whoo! That was so much rigmarole, dude. Like, holy shit, man. All right. So we got one admin. I am the admin. Okay. Cool. All right. So now, oh my God, that was so much work. We've got the Messijo org. Yep. All right. All right. Let me go pee real quick. Holy shit, that was so much. Holy shit, dude. Okay. So, sure. Let me just double check some of this now. All right, so yeah, setting up the multi-factor for this. Okay, so yes, that has it. Yes. All right, so yeah, the trusted publishing thing, it's going to need to do that part. Sure, let's continue with this. All right, so back to the MCP. Yeah. One, I like the idea of selecting orgs, but it doesn't, well, yeah, sure. Two. All right, so four, which write operations require an extra elicited confirmation beyond the MCP host's normal tool approval. Anything. Oh, that's. Oh. That part's going to wait for a sec. Let's keep doing this. Anything destructive should probably be confirmed, especially if it is not simple to undo. So yeah, we're still doing the exploration here. All right, and hold on. One second. You got a music file to video file generator project working. It cuts costs from 15 to 60 per video to like 5 to 15. If you host the models on rented hardware, it'll just cost the hourly of the hardware. Like $2, and then you can generate however many. That makes sense. Like, how long does it take? You know? And when you say music file to video file generator, you mean like a music video? Like Sora style? Okay. I'm curious about the use case for that. Okay. Sure. So if it's AI generated music video makes sense. Sure. It's a bit slop, but whatever. Sure. No, that's fine. I get it. Yeah, and I get that. Yeah, exactly. Right. You're not trying to bamboozle people on Spotify or whatever, right? But I'm curious about the pricing. Like, if it's 10 to 15 minutes, it seems to me like you should be able to host that shit pretty damn cheap on a B300, right? But maybe, do you need something bigger than a B300? Okay, got it. Well, like, how much RAM do you need? I guess that's a concern, yeah? And if it only takes 5 to 10 minutes, I feel like you're going to be getting, well, I mean, yeah, divided by 6. Or, yeah, okay. So probably about $1. You're using FAL. Right, but they're doing like the full inference thing. They don't do rental. Oh, they've changed their site a bit. Oh no, they do rental. Okay. Yeah, never mind. And then hold on, sorry. And yeah, there isn't anything bigger than the B300. It's just multiple B300s at that point. Okay. And then yes, okay, if they're charging 850 instead of the 6 we saw, then all right. All right. No, that makes sense. What video models are you using? But yeah, that sounds fun. No, that's cool. Sea Dance? They don't even have that in the list here. Well, I mean, Kenny, you've seen the difference between like the Will Smith eating spaghetti videos, right? Right? 2023, 2024. Eh. Some of these are fun. 2025 is actually looking quite good. It's not perfect, but pretty good. And then 2026. And this is the Higgs field thing, right? Pretty good, right? Looks more real than you eating spaghetti. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, this album's good. But yeah, sounds cool. All right, so back to what we're doing though. Vera Rubens? What is that? I haven't even heard of that. All right, so selected org OAuth grant, stateless Cloudflare worker using the official TypeScript v2 SDK, dual protocol support, and elicited confirmation for destructive operations, right? The main remaining auth decision is whether to commit to Cloudflare's OAuth provider library or first run a short compatibility comparison against one managed provider. I think a comparison makes sense. One more thing I want to make sure of is that the assumption will be that we create the MCP in a public repo. Yeah. Yeah, technically corporate veteran, like the wonkiness is part of the fun. Well, I mean, Kenny, you just saw the Will Smith thing, right? That was pretty damn good. Now, how much money do you think got burned, retrying, right? You're not going to one shot it, but if you can do enough generation, you can slice and cut and, you know, edit it together like a proper video gets edited anyway. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's kind of the way it's always worked, and it's still cheaper than shooting like video or film yourself for something, simple. I'd still rather see like real made films. I'm not sure virality is actually as profitable as you think, Mizu. I think virality is really only profitable when you can consistently do it. Like a single viral clip isn't going to pay that much. I don't know what the profit sharing or like value is on TikTok or Instagram or any of that stuff. But for YouTube, one viral video is not that much money, right? The money you're going to make on YouTube is made in sponsorship, which means you got to be reproducible, right? It's in like brand building, like your own brand. But again, it's got to be like reproducible, at least as far as I understand it. I could be wrong. $20 to over 1,000 per million views through native creator funds, while brand deals can push earnings into the tens of thousands. Yeah, brand deals are the way to go. Depend heavily on creator rewards program. Wow, 40 cents per to a dollar for 1,000 views. Yeah, yeah. The brand deals, marketing, blah blah. Like you got to build a brand for that. So yeah, right. 10,000 followers. You got to hit that first, right? And then generate at least 100,000 views in the last 30 days. That's a tough thing. But okay. Right, so 20 to 40 bucks on a million views? I don't know, man. But yeah, so it's not like a single video will get you there. You got to build an audience and you got to get to the payout like thresholds anyway, right? So it's got to be something that you can reproduce. Okay, and I guess hold on, this was like the original, but now creator rewards. What is that? Focus on longer form, over a minute. Okay. Oh, and I guess that's it. These were like for the shorter videos, which makes a lot more sense. So a short video at a million views, like meh, right? So then the creator rewards program is the newer thing. So then up to $1 per thousand. So a video with 500K could do 200 to 500. That is crazy. I didn't realize it was that high on TikTok. That makes more sense now. All right, it's basically the same, just has a higher RPM. Okay. All right. Yeah, I did not know that. All right. Kind of makes sense. Doom scrollers will get you there. Well, so will like scroll farms too. But okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah, good call, Mizu. I had no idea. All right. So, yeah. Let's keep going, keep going. Yeah, code being public shouldn't weaken anything. Yep, authorization should survive full knowledge of implementation, sure. Um, yeah, you basically have to use OAuth. It's part of the spec going forward here. Not for like the current version of the spec, but the newest version of the spec coming out. So yes, it's going to be OAuth. Okay, so that was that for the public repository part. Okay, and this is where they're talking about like the OAuth part. I'm not sure. It seems to me like we could just build this into Messijo and not even do the Messijo on workers stuff. So let's double check. Yes, corporate. Okay, so my thought here is, what would the Cloudflare OAuth thing do for us? And does it cost extra? I think we're on the paid plan already. I don't think we're going to use Cloudflare Access. OAuth states like auth codes and access tokens need storage, right? Because you need revocation. What sounds like a punk band? Revocation? Kind of does, huh? What kind of punk, though? We talking pop punk? We talking meh punk like Pennywise? We talking proper punk like fucking Black Flag? I don't remember what that is. See, I don't think neck tattoos actually classify punk in any way. It's like, you ever seen SLC punk? Like, why do you got to wear a costume to be punk? Yeah, that's like the definition of a poser, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. It is a sad film. It's a great film, honestly, but yeah, there's definitely some really sad moments to it. But have you heard the new Smiths album? They're terrific. I would consider early Smiths punk, right? It's a different vibe though. You're not going to get the neck tattoo people at an early Smiths show, but they're definitely punk. They're definitely anti-establishment. You know, like I'm a real big fan of like punk as a mentality, not punk as a fucking costume. You know? Yeah, exactly. And I fucking hate Morrissey, but Johnny Marr makes it worth it. Okay, so I don't think I would feel terrible about using the Cloudflare OAuth library, but that does mean that we move it to the worker. And the concerns about doing OAuth, in the worker versus our server, like we're still going to be needing to validate everything on our side, on the server side. All right, we would operate the credential life cycle, all that. Yep. If Phoenix is unavailable, new MCP authorizations fail. Like, dude, the Phoenix server is required anyway. Right? Let's see like how they contradict some of this stuff that really isn't a concern, right? Yeah, no per user auth vendor. Like, we're not using an auth vendor. The only concern here is between using the Cloudflare OAuth library and doing that stuff within the Phoenix server. Hey, what's up, Ash? And yeah, Bite4Cat, thank you for the follow. Ash, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Worker is Cloudflare workers. It's like a Lambda. Yeah. Enjoy your food. Yeah, thank you for chilling there, corporate veteran. Yeah, no worries, man. Enjoy that chicken. Yeah, I wish I had thawed some chicken and brined it for dinner tonight. I'll just do a sandwich. I gotta use up my sandwich stuff anyway. Hate the idea of like like the ham and salami that I got going to waste. Yeah, I don't do bologna, but I get you. But yeah, for sure. So hold on, let's double check this. Okay. And what's up, Nando? How you doing? Let me get more music going. What happened to this? Yeah, it was just the music. But how's it going? What do we have for today? We're exploring what it's going to be like to create an MCP server. Okay. Yeah, yeah. All right, so we're going to create that open spec proposal. This is going deep, though. This is going to be pretty heavy. Okay. So then, yeah, continuing this part. All right, so that's doing its thing. This is doing its thing. Oh, there's a men's warehouse just right there, huh? Perfect. Okay. So, yeah, I don't even have to drive all the way into Seattle. What about Suit Supply? Do we think they're better? No, no, I'll just hit up Men's Warehouse. Go there tomorrow morning. It's looking like the price will be anywhere between like 2 and 500. Okay. And hey, oh shit. Sorry, I just saw the YouTube comments. Sorry, guys. And God, I don't have the timestamp, so I'm not sure how long ago that was. But Mike, Mr. Sir, yeah, how you doing? And what's up, Rich? Yeah, Mike, are you still out there? Okay, just a second ago. Cool, I didn't miss nothing. Damn. All right. Mike, you going to any fun conferences coming up? I'm going to be at Render ATL and Commit Your Code conference. And those are the only confirmed ones so far. Oh, probably React Nation and JS Nation React Summit. Render ATL is on your list? Okay. It's in like 2 weeks, so you know, you haven't locked that one in yet. There's always next year. Yeah, it's on the 12th and 13th. I mean, last year it was in June, and the year before it was in June, but they ended up swapping basically with Cascadia. Resend conference. Where's that one? I'm gonna guess that's in SF somewhere. Oh, wait, Mike, are you in SF? We got an event on Wednesday that Get Kraken's putting on in like downtown. Yeah, makes sense, Mike. Charlotte, East Coast Squad. Oh yeah, that's right. I feel like we've chatted about how terrible Andy McDowell is, right? Maybe that's Asheville. I think that's Asheville, not Charlotte. But what's up, Sim Man? How you doing here on Twitch? Man, we were really skirting the edge of that context window, weren't we? Yeah, I missed applying to all things open. There was also like Carolina Code Conference, I think I missed. Yeah, I don't know. I missed a bunch of them. I applied to GitHub Universe, and I haven't heard anything back about that. This is usually around the time that they'd be replying. So unlikely I made that one. I applied to Git Merge, which is in Portugal, and I got the approval where if I get accepted, the company will pay for me to fly to Git Merge in Portugal. And I got my passport, but I haven't heard anything back about Git Merge yet. But it is, yeah, September 17th to 18th. I feel like they gotta start letting us know here pretty soon. You spent a summer living in Lisbon? Gotcha. And yeah, damn. So theoretically, it would be like I got CYC, right? Commit Your Code Conference. I don't know if you've heard of that one, but that one's great. Such a good hangout. So yeah, Mike, you should definitely be like proposing talks to CYC next year if you get a chance. Oh, and they updated the website. Nice. But yeah, so this is going to be September 3rd through 4th, which I'll be there for. But then if I get accepted to get merged 2 weeks later, then I'm in Portugal and coming back. And then I feel like there was something in October. Maybe I'm thinking of, like, at this point I'm doubting GitHub Universe, but that would be nice. Yeah, that one's in October. And then, yeah, TwitchCon is November, and then, like, React Summit and JS Nation are, like, the 2 days directly after TwitchCon. So I'm going to be missing the Sunday in TwitchCon, but honestly, that Sunday at TwitchCon is usually, like a much slower day anyway. So I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, I'm not nearly as like stacked for conferences as I feel like I've been in the past. Is their CFP still going? They said it ended on the 30th. If you got a good Git talk, their form's still active. Like, I don't know. If the form's still active, they said 6:30. Like, I don't know. Funky second brain stuff with your repos? Sure. All right, so we're going to go into a fresh context here. And yeah, how you doing, Four Wheel? Hey, glad we got you to keep your streak. I did the announcement. It's a rare Sunday stream, so, you know, glad we got to keep that going. I'll be streaming Monday and Tuesday this week, and then Wednesday I'm off, Thursday I'm off, Friday I'm off, and I'll be back on Saturday. That way you can keep your streak going. And yeah, is anyone going to be in SF on Wednesday? Anyone out there from the Bay Area? We got a Get Crackin' event. And you got a jet? No worries, Mike. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. We got an Agentic happy hour. If you are in the Bay Area, Wednesday night, free drinks, free appetizers, sliders. As far as I've heard about the menu, should be a good time. I'm going to be doing just the quickest spiel about it. You know, like about like Kepler and Gitbench. Yeah, Jalem, dude, I forgot about you. Come on, man. And yeah, feel free to let people know about it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, pass it along. More the merrier. But only sign up if you'll actually be there, you know. Oh, that's cool that Luma lets you know that someone signed up via your referral. It's kind of fun. Oh, you're already waitlisted. Oh, damn. I'm curious how many people we got signed up. Yeah, it's cool, Alex. And Jalem, if I'm be honest, just show up anyway. You know a guy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm there just for the event. I'm flying in that day. I like land at like 4 something. I'm doing the event and I'm leaving by like 9 because I've got chain react the next 2 days after that. They really fucked me on the planning, but whatever. So yeah, I know. I'm not missing chain react. Like Jamin and Gant and those guys from Infinite Red are awesome. Yeah, I mean the event here starts at 6:30. My calendar thing is like starts at 5:30, but yeah, I'll land at like 4:40. Take a car into SF. I should be there by 6:30 just fine. I'll be there for 2.5 hours, and then my flight out is like 10. So I gotta like leave the venue by like 9. So yeah, super short. Company's paying for it, so fuck it. Whatever. And I get the airline miles. I would have liked to do like an 11 or a 12, and I probably could have figured that out, but I like going through Alaska Airlines. And I pay for Clear and I have pre-check. So, you know, it's nice and easy to get through. Yeah, way better than Arizona. If they were hosting an event, they'd, you know. I went to Arizona in June last year. You know, whatever. I'll give a talk. Ain't no thing. It's nice right now. Hell yeah. Okay, so we got the thing. All right. So here we go. All right, so this is kicking off. I almost feel like it's going off on the wrong tangent here, but we'll allow it. But yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? You're adjusting your jet stream that you set up for VoxSport. Okay. I wonder. Paul mentioned that they're doing their own jet stream or their own turbo stream. I know they've got the jet stream. Yeah, so I don't think they've published it yet. Oh, hold on. So there's Jetstream Legacy. Yeah, okay, so it looks like there's a newer Jetstream. If you were hosting the old one, you know, might be worth checking this out. I also don't think there's anything wrong with just consuming their Jetstream. Like, their AWS URLs or whatever. And maybe that's what you were talking about. Okay, so you're just consuming their WebSocket. Got it, got it. Never mind. So this isn't even necessary. God, someone did some painting and it fucking reeks. Yeah. Hate the smell of paint drying. All right, so we got these two things churning. Regular paint smell, you hope? Yeah, yeah, no, it smells just like standard drying paint, you know? I would guess like a hospital has to use some kind of like special paint, maybe less porous or something, so it's easier to clean, less room for bacteria to grow, kind of thing. I don't know for sure. I have no idea. More music though. 1 second. They repaint all the time. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just guessing. All right, we'll do that in a separate fix. Yeah, that makes sense. And then hold on. They repaint almost half as often as they switch out the furniture. Interesting. Hmm. All right, so we did that stuff. We kicked that off. I actually just want to watch and see what this one thinks. Okay, so here's the scope of this. Let's actually read it from the top here. Yeah, explicit mapping makes sense to me. Every few weeks, large areas get furniture changed. Oh, interesting. I guess that makes sense. Like furniture, especially, is a place that just like absorbs bacteria and you know, and possibly like viruses and stuff. I could see that. Mold, all sorts of things. Yeah, I don't know. I could see that. And people are gross. People are super gross, especially when they're at the hospital. You know of one place that leased their furniture? I mean, I think in general, most businesses lease their furniture because at that point, it's like it's not an asset or a liability. So it makes the accounting actually more predictable. Right? You don't have to factor in depreciation and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. Yep. Right? You don't have to go through like a weird like budgetary and acquisition process when something breaks. You're paying the leasing company, you know? They replace things when they break. So yeah, like Herman Miller Aeron chairs and a lot of that stuff. And I find that funny and interesting because it's not always the case. I think startups end up just buying their shit rather than leasing it, which is why when startups fail, you can find like Herman Miller Aerons on the side of the street in fucking SF, you know? Like you can make good money just like getting those, refurbishing parts that are broken or scuffed, and then selling them, right? Yeah, it's a case of size matters, exactly. Like I think it's also a case of like, dude, a lot of startups don't have a proper accountant. You know, if there are only 20 people, they might not have even a proper accountant. It ends up being like the COO, like person's job, or CPO, chief people operator or officer or whatever. I feel like at small enough startups, that person ends up being like HR at the same time, you know? Yeah, how big of a mess they make the books, exactly. CFO and HR? That seems interesting. But yeah, I think at a small enough company, sure. Or at least for the longest time, HR would report to the CFO until you can afford and properly justify a CPO. Yeah, that makes sense. Because what else does the CFO do all day? Boom, roasted. Getting a proper HR person was a mistake? Interesting. I could see that. Otherwise, you end up with this bullshit. How long do you think it took them all to like come up with the thing they were going to say and dance to and figure out their dance? Like that was a 3-week long initiative. Okay. Maybe longer. Exactly. And then here. Exactly, for will. So not quite Vigorge. I'm using Open API specifications to generate SDKs. Yes, the MCP is actually separate. And we're not really using a generator for the MCP because there's a good article by a company that makes an MCP generator, and they just straight up say, like, you know, you probably shouldn't do that. Now, let me see if I can find that tab. No, I think we closed it. One sec. Oh, no, here it is. All right, so stop converting your REST APIs to MCP. This is by someone at Fast API who creates an Open API converter. And they even say, like, you know, your MCP server should probably be, like, crafted specifically for, like, stuff you want people to do. Right? Each tool call is an expensive round trip. So atomicity is actually a bad idea. You kind of want these things to be done as, like, workflows rather than just, like, a single operation. And yeah, polluting the context is a bad idea. They're not really the same thing, no, but by creating and understanding how you want to do a public API, and technically, hold on, there are other things to consider, right? But in general, you need some kind of, like, public facing API for the MCP to want to connect with anyway, right? I mean, it's not necessarily needing to be public facing, but it at least lets you set up and discover and reason about things that your API does first before you start going the heavy route of MCP, right? So that's the basic idea. But yeah, fine-grained individual, you know, endpoints as tools is a really bad idea because you're going to blow up people's context and they're going to be pissed. Going to balloon your server costs in the process as well? I'm not so sure about that. Why do you think that? Okay, yeah, just making sure, right? Because it's just another request to the API, right? You know, an MCP thing doing it from an LLM is no different from a user doing it, so it's the same, like, server cost you'd be expecting anyway, right? Maybe at, you know, faster cadence, but I don't think it's that big a deal. I mean, my dashboard makes a bunch of calls to the API per page load anyway, right? So yeah, I don't know if that is really the problem. So yeah, I think it's worth discussing all this stuff, you know. And hey, what's up, Arpalm? How you doing? What are we currently working on? We got two things. We're building SDKs using Kyoto. It uncovered a flaw in our Open API specifications. We're updating the Open API spec now. And then we're also exploring creating an MCP server. And that is kicking off and doing its thing kind of separately too. And it's actually getting close. So, hell yeah. But for the OpenAPI discriminator thing, well, it's creating the proposal, it's validating that proposal, and then we're going to have to kick this off into the actual like implementation work. And I forget, Arpalm, are you in the Bay Area? You used to be. That's right. Okay. I was just going to say we have a Get Kraken event happening on Wednesday night, which should be kind of fun. In Tennessee. That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's just like a happy hour. I'll be doing a couple loosey-goosey things. Just like quick demos about some Get Kraken stuff, like Kepler, this thing that you see running right here. All right, so this concurrent work we got going, that's Kepler. No big deal. Was the stuff I found the other day fixed? What thing the other day? You thought it was a cursor fork. I know cursor has like a newer thing that is like this, but it's not VS Code. But it is similar to conductor, to I think cursor's new separate thing, to T3 code, to a bunch of that stuff. Cursor Glass? Yeah. I haven't tried Cursor Glass yet. I don't have a Cursor subscription. I don't know. Well, I missed a follow like an hour ago. Hanakeru, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so then fresh context. Do I have any agents installed on any of my environments? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Hermes or OpenClaw? No, I don't use Hermes or OpenClaw. But I think that's the thing, right? The word agent is a bit fuzzy, right? When you say agent, it could mean so many different things. But yeah, I think Hermes and OpenClaw are a terrible fucking idea. I don't want anything acting on my behalf using my credentials to do stuff, right? Giving it credit card access. Fuck that. No, I do believe you get your ass kicked for something like that. I'm kidding. That was an Office Space reference. Hey, Lawrence. You ever go into work and someone says, sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays? Nah. Hell no. In fact, I do believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. Hey, Peter, turn it to channel 9. The breast exam's on. Like, dude, that actor is so good. And he's the best like at like not even needing to be the main character. He's so much better at being like a character actor. Like in Balls of Fury, right? The ping pong movie. Dude, when he plays the concubine, I'm gonna rescue the panda. Panda's dead, dude. Right? I thought I was going for an acting audition in Miami. You know, all of a sudden, concubine. Read the fine print. Like, it's just so fun. Oh, he says sex slave, not concubine, but whatever. Give your toddler Alexa access. Might be cheaper. Right? Exactly. Wrong get thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Pretty fun though if you just want to deploy and manage things on your own server. That's what you did with yours and pretty great. What do you mean by that? Like, let me put it this way. What does OpenClaw or Hermes do that you can't do with Codex and Agent Browser? I think it might be. I'm not sure what that matters. We're talking about the functionality. Even if it's not open source, you can run Codex on a remote server just fine. And yeah, there you go, four wheel. Got it. Like, I mean, even if you deploy OpenClaw or Hermes agent to a cloud instance that you manage via your phone, right? You can do the exact same thing with codecs and like an SSH app on your phone, right? Like tail scale that shit. What is this actually solving? Again, you can do that. SSH exists. I'm really just, I'm trying to understand this, Arpalm. I'm not sure what Hermes or OpenClaw are doing that you couldn't just do with an agent in the cloud, right? With Codex or Claude Code or whatever. I'm struggling to understand what the hell Hermes and OpenClaw are actually doing for you. Again, Arpalm, you're misunderstanding me. You can do that already. What is it they do that Claude Code or Codex don't do? You can put those on a server, right? npm install codex or whatever, right? Not literally. I forget what you would do on like a Linux server, but you can do that. Yum install codex. Done. Yum install Claude Code. Yum install OpenCode. Without using an API key. What models are you running where you're not using an API key? Gemma? And how much is it costing you to have a server capable of running Gemma, like locally? And with NVIDIA's free endpoints, does that not require an API key? Well, that's not the same thing. You can hit NVIDIA unauthenticated? No, right? You can't hit NVIDIA unauthenticated. You have to register for an account. Wait, really, Elfman? You can hit NVIDIA's endpoints unauthenticated. Whoa, okay. That's blowing my mind. That sounds crazy. It also sounds like, yeah, based on that, there's no guarantee they're not training on your stuff. So, what do you use these agents for? Yeah. Like, I wouldn't be doing anything related to anything personal through those endpoints. Hell no. right? No PII would go through that. No, thank you. I would pay $20 a month to make sure that is at least a little safer. That's what I'm wondering for a wheel, right? Like that sounds insane to me. I do not I That's so crazy to think that they would do that unauthenticated. I'd have to look at it. Yeah. Right. So the whole no API key thing, come on. Okay, so yes, you have to do it. You have to authenticate. So there is an API key. All right. I'm just clarifying. Because technically correct is the best kind of correct. But okay, I get it, Arpalm. Sure. Oh. The Playground API seems to give you a free API key without an email. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm wondering how limited that might be compared to like an authenticated version. Hmm. But then, yeah, TOS, sure. I think all of this just to come back to if the entire point is to do this for free, okay, I get it. I still wonder though, you could just connect to those endpoints with OpenCode. So again, why do you need Hermes or OpenClaw? It seems to me like those are far and above way more complicated than just a simple coding agent like OpenCode. But maybe the goal is that, well, yeah, they're not just for coding. Okay. Sure. I don't think there's anything truly limiting you to using OpenCode for just code. Right? Let's ask the clanker. So what are you using these for? RPalm? Like, what are they actually doing? Can you provide us some like concrete examples? I'm very curious about this. Yeah, I mean, I guess the self-learning of Hermes agent, I guess makes sense. Maybe the web interface is the thing you like too. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not that AI pilled, I guess. I would much rather have an agent like Pi or Open Code or Codex or Claude Code or whatever just generate my tests for the for the OSX app or whatever you're building, right? Yeah, I'm just wondering. Like, I don't know. It sounds like a waste of tokens, but you're not paying for the tokens, so efficiency doesn't matter. Like, why wouldn't you just have it come up with deterministic tests instead? That sounds way better. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, so RPalm, let me put it this way. That NVIDIA shit isn't going to last forever, right? Even the subsidized Codex and Claude Code subscriptions are going to go away. You should be considering how to optimize for efficiency ahead of those things disappearing, not waiting for it to happen. You should be future proofing your processes. Okay. That's still not what I'm talking about. That cursor sub is still also massively subsidized. What I'm talking about is, why would you burn tokens to do end-to-end testing of a thing when instead, like, consistently on a regular basis, rather than burn the tokens to create an end-to-end test suite that runs without burning tokens once you've created it? Wouldn't that be better? Because then it's deterministic. That's what tools are for. They're taught to the agents. You mean skills? Okay, so you have a catalog of end-to-end tests. So why does the agent need to run those? That's just a cron job. That's just CI/CD processes. Like, you don't need AI to kick off an end-to-end test for when things change in the code. Right, so you just update the tests. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm really curious about this. Okay. That still seems like something that should be done when you're making the code changes, rather than forcing this thing to discover that. Okay. Sure, man. Yeah. Oh, and what is this? Git bench? Yeah, we can close the Git bench stuff for now. Where's the repos directory? There we go. Uh, shit. All right, so hold on. Let's look at this. Yeah, I would assume they're almost guaranteed using it for training data. And it's most likely in the TOS somewhere. Okay. Oh. Arpalm, if you pay for a product that explicitly gives you the option to opt out, besides Grok, that's a thing. Arpalm, that's the thing you're talking about is only the case if the thing is free. Yeah. Oh, four wheel. Here's the thing. Um, Unless you're an enterprise customer, and they do have an opt out, but they just don't honor it. So yeah, Twitter Grok is something nobody should ever use. You mean even if there is an opt out? I'm not so sure about that, Arpon. Yeah, with a service as shitty as Twitter, yes. The ones that want to stay in business. Okay, so this is interesting, right? This handoff document kind of sucks. Like it just does so much in so many other places. Yeah, so I should have been way more explicit about that during the exploration phase. Like the original exploration phase. That's really annoying. What the fuck are all these spikes? Oh, it's fucking node modules bullshit. I think this is a good leaving off point. We're going to have to just do this tomorrow, right? I don't even trust it to generate this thing, this document that we're going to want. We're going to start fresh tomorrow and prompt this clanker better. Because it massively misunderstood what I was going for. How about this part, though? All right, so yeah, didn't need that tool. Yep. So yeah, we're gonna have to start over this context completely fresh tomorrow. But this is a good break point. Let's double check what we were doing here. Yep, that's paused too. Clankers be clanking, man. So who's streaming today? All right, so Howling AF. That looks like a decent one. Let's double check, see if there's someone else. Oh shit, we're seeing Jather. Haven't seen them stream in ages, but they're just doing some IRL stuff. Yep, looks like Howling AF. Let's go do that. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go right into Howling AF. He is doing some reading on Numa and then more bitwise problems. Looks like he's on the bitwise problems on, what is that, hacker rank? Leak code? I think it's leak code. But yeah, so we're gonna go see what Howling's up to, doing some leak code. It's some bitwise stuff or something. We'll be back here tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for chilling. Thanks for explaining the agent stuff to me a bit. Still not sure I'm sold on it, but all right. At least hearing how people do that is cool. But yeah, I'm gonna be over on gaming because I got some work to do tonight. Stuff to kick off, documents to write, blah blah blah. I also got some games I want to play. But yeah, I will be back here tomorrow. We're going to do more of this MCP stuff. We got more discovery to do, but at least we got some of the discovery going. So let's go say hi to Howling. I will bid farewell to the Twitter and the YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out over on those platforms. Cheers. And let's go say hi to Howling.